Wait. Wait, what? Am I live? I'm live, actually. I didn't realize that I went live, but here we are. It is 8:30 p.m. in Sydney. Hello, Dan. Hello, Vishal. It is going well. How are you? Hello, Rajesh. Hello, Kerr. Hello, Fam. Hello, Hitnut. Bing Chilling. Hello, Dr. Miros. Hello, Harish. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. FTX risk management, making sure everyone's funds are safe and secure. YouTube says this video was recorded 3 days ago. Really? Really? YouTube says it was recorded 3 days ago? How is that possible if I'm live streaming now? Are people asking about roles because I am wearing this shirt? You guys don't know the memes, huh? This jumper is for the memes only. Yes, FTX went bankrupt. Yes. Must your CV be only one page for roles? It helps, I guess. So this is what I'm working on right now. What am I doing in my days? Study, play games. I might play a little bit of games actually at the towards the end of this stream. We'll see. You're still wearing an Enron cap. So let's see. I'm writing. I want to figure. Like I've been trying for days. This is not Arch Linux at all. This is Pup OS. I've been trying to think for actually a few days about how I'm going to summarize my Kubernetes learnings. I'm not anything close to an expert, but I think I could figure out like a recommendation and a compressed version of the videos that I recorded. And so that's what I'm trying to do here by just writing. I think writing is probably the way to go. And then I'll be able to present the information a little bit easier, maybe. Like many people, I heard about Kubernetes because it's software from Google. People were hyped about. I understood a little bit. Container orchestrator. Painful experiences. Got the impression that it was too complicated. There's a meme of deploying blog on Kubernetes. While working in the industry, I was happy to let other people deal with the perceived complexity, willing to let them work out all the problems and figure out how to offer Kubernetes to me as a user, as an end user. However, as time went on, it seemed that the entire industry made a decision to standardize on Kubernetes, even if the overheads and complexity were of some cost. Adopt Kubernetes, even if the overheads were of some cost, because the cost was outweighed by standardization, maybe? You're jobless 25. What's most actionable? You need to, I would look at job descriptions and see what they're asking for, and then develop what they're asking for, and then apply. Try to find what's most commonly being asked for if you're aiming for a job. You've got 5 years in software eng. Use Claude heavily for coding. You're interviewing and you're bombing the live coding rounds. Yeah, pretty much if you don't use it, you will lose it. So, I mean, you've already experienced some of these live coding rounds and you've seen what they're asking you. And my recommendation to people is just to do the roadmap on NeetCode. Go to the roadmap here and just complete the top triangle, basically. Get through that, and I think you should be good for most coding interviews, I think. That's my recommendation. How do I rebuild raw problem solving speed? I'm not the one to ask, to be honest. He also uses Vim. Yes, Vim, by the way. Didn't know I had a blog. Yeah, it's just a static site here. Static Zola blog, and there's not very many articles. Tip, beating the Australian summer. It's winter here right now. Tips for junior software eng to pick up skills quickly. I don't think there's a hack to learn things more quickly. I think you just have to study. Large scale distributed systems. That's hard because you need to have an example of such a system in order to properly understand it. So you could build your own, or you could consume content about distributed systems, or maybe find books. You're mainly wanted to major in AI ML, and problem is it needs huge power and costly things to train models. Can't you make things at a smaller scale? I larped a little too much on my CV. I have to learn VectorDB in 3 days now. You love the Korok? Yes, that's Makar. The Korok is named Makar. You have to learn a VectorDB in 3 days. Good luck, man. Suddenly, every SRE or platform engineer role seemed to require knowledge of Kubernetes. They were never too clear about how much knowledge or skill was required. And there have been several interviews in which I've expressed that I don't have any experience operating Kubernetes. Probably a bad idea, a bad thing to say in an interview. And yet, interviewers did not seem to be able to give me a picture of how they use Kubernetes and what. Bro, do not spam, because then I have to time you out. No Twitch streams, only YouTube. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe I stream games on Twitch. I'm not really sure how I want to approach that. I also have to make sure I stay within the terms of service for Twitch if I stream to both. Do I use a tiling window manager? Not at the moment. My recommended approach for system design interview prep. I would find videos where they do system design interviews, and I would try to find books that pertain to that topic. There should be books specifically about system design interviews, actually. The theme button on my GitHub site doesn't work. Yeah, someone told me that. I haven't looked into that yet. Why not restream? I've just decided to use YouTube for the moment. If I'm going to stream on Twitch and YouTube, I need to have a chat application that's going to be across both. Why am I writing this? How does it help me? I'm writing this because I want to do a video that compresses my last 7 multi-hour live streams on Kubernetes into one concise video that gives people advice on how to operate Kubernetes these days. And so I'm just trying to get my thoughts out at the moment. Can you make a model? You can make a model in small scale, but it makes hallucinations and low-level predictions. But what about other areas of AI, like neural nets and classifiers and all this kind of stuff? Is NeetCode Pro worth it? I'm not sure because I haven't reached the point where I would need to do that. I think as you probably go through more of the problems, maybe then it is worth subscribing. I'm not sure. I haven't reached that point yet. The streams can be hour long, and every one context switches multiple times, especially for viewers. Yeah. Is the Profit or Poverty series on hold? It is technically on hold. I do have a few topics. I've got like 3 topics left for that one, and then I need to find more. Am I an avid crypto investor? Well, it's the wrong time to ask that because it's an absolute bear market. Or the right time. I guess it depends on your perspective. I'm using Pop OS. You need my reply. The right time if you're stabled up. Yeah, right now, I think we're at the bottom. I'm not really sure. You guys want to... Speaking of crypto, okay, let's just look at something. Let me log into TradingView. I'll show you guys something. I think I need to log in. Yeah. Do I think new developers learning coding now has a chance in this new wave of AI race? Yeah. Right now is the best time to learn. Do you feel like you don't grasp JavaScript? Do you like JavaScript? Where is TradingView? Where is the site? It should be showing up. Maybe. Okay, here we go. Supercharts. Look at this. What do you think of this? On Ethereum. Going back to 2020. What do you think of that? Feel sorry for all the ETH bag holders? Yeah. Yeah, it would be bad. We're at 11584. Yeah. Anyway, fun times. Is it the best time to invest? Didn't you see? It said short. Hold on. I feel like you weren't paying attention too much. Okay, here's the performance of this strategy. 164,000%. Okay, it says short. It does not say long. I would not buy until it says long. It's smarter than I am. Invest if you want character development. Yeah. Paper trading, no. What do I think of Solana? Solana is good if it is the most efficient asset at the time. Otherwise, I don't care. Just do S&P 500. For most people, yeah, that seems like a good idea. How's the Kubernetes journey going? It's going. I've sort of stopped actively learning and I'm more reflecting at the moment. In the AI ways of working, how do you own code if you don't read, understand, review AI gen code? If you don't review your AI generated code, then you don't own the code. You're just gambling. My name reminds you of Dune? Really? That's cool. Did I miss anything? You want meme coin season to come back. You degen. All the meme coins are correlated with the big ones. Short the Australian banks. That seems like a bad idea. You think the banks are gonna have issues in Australia? The banks in Australia have a chokehold on the whole country. I just can't see it. But yeah. I won't be doing full-time YouTube, just whenever I feel inspired. Let me continue. I'm going to ignore you guys for a sec and continue writing this out. So, every role seemed to require knowledge that it was never too clear Yet interviewers did not seem to be able to give me a picture of how they use Kube or what I would need to know in order to sufficiently operate their clusters or infrastructure. So after being laid off in March 2026, what spurred me to, what actually influenced me to learn Kubernetes? Why am I not playing with Kubernetes? It's because I'm writing about Kubernetes. Because here's what I want to do. I'm a bit bored of learning Kubernetes, so I want to close that off and I want to move on to the next thing. But before I can do that, I need to do a summary. I need to do something. How am I doing? Loving your content. Feels like my own reflection. Cool. Did I go from level 1 help desk to sysadmin? Yeah, from level 1 to sysadmin and then software engineer. Is graduate school still worth it? I think yes. For some reason, I believe you can be a good sports commentator. Interesting. What keyboard am I using? I'm using a Newfie. Go to my YouTube. Go to my channel. Click here. This link here, Newfie. This one here. How am I doing mentally? I'm not stressed at all. Was the transition smooth from sysadmin to software? I would say yes, but that's because I was enthusiastic about software and I learned a lot about Python before I did the switch. The font that you just saw, this one? I'm not sure what this font is. Let me see. I'm in Ghosty right now. I think it's just whatever's the default. Oh, the handwritten one? It's in Excalibur. I don't know what font this is. Oops. It's just some handwritten font in Excalibur. How did I show my experience from sysadmin to software? I just got lucky with the role. They were looking for someone that had both good operations experience and could write software, basically. To being laid off in March, it became apparent that learning these would be a good idea. Later in May, when my video went viral and an audience appeared, made even more sense. Let's see. An audience appeared with the desire to learn new things, particularly by being taught by myself. It made even more sense to learn Kubernetes because it would give me opportunity to both learn and teach at the same time. Something like that. What are we doing today? I'm literally just writing. I'm writing basically a script for an upcoming video in which I will compress what I learned about Kubernetes and provide a recommendation so that people don't have to watch, 15 hours of my live streams. So I'm trying to make it, I'm trying to respect people's attention and time and provide them with a summary. And I need to write it out, otherwise I just find it impossible. That whole script reads like AI output. That's funny because I wrote it all by hand. Am I a robot? You like the t-shirt? Where can I buy it? I have no idea where to get this anymore. You got laid off by Amazon a few years ago after college, then DevOps engineer, and trying to get back into software at a large company. I don't know. Just keep trying, I guess. If you were previously a software dev, then sounds like you should be able to get back in with some persistence. Am I planning to run LLMs locally like Qwen and so on? Yes, that will be what I do after this, after I make a video on Kubernetes, like a compressed summary of Kubernetes. And then I will do another live stream where we do local LLMs on, let me grab it. So I will run the local LLM on this, which is an NVIDIA Jetson Orin Nano. So I'm going to put that somewhere, maybe try to get a case for it, and run some local LLMs. I'm interested in running something like a GLM model. I'm not sure if I can. It's the specs of the machine, they're not incredible. Sam Bankman Fried sends his regards. Yep. Let's see. Wanted to know for DevOps, do I need to grind leak code? You probably should. I think the coding interviews they do at Atlassian are not exactly algorithms, but let's say you should know. Yeah, you should probably grind some leak code, but you want to do it structured. So what I would recommend is you go to Neat Code and just follow the roadmap. Do the roadmap. You probably need, yeah, you the top pyramid should set you should be enough. Yeah, just these ones. You get dizzy and lethargic when you stare at a screen. Damn, that sucks, dude. You should become like a bricklayer or something, because that sounds hard. Certs, I think if you can get your company to pay you to study certs, then do it. You did a compliance check for warehouse workers by connecting camera to Jetson Nano. That's cool. Has to be smaller model. Yeah, I think I might have to I might have to run a smaller model on this thing. Don't become a bricklayer. What can you do if you I mean, yeah, I don't know, you need to do something that doesn't involve screens. If you can't look at a screen, you know? It's like if someone didn't have hands and they're saying my dream is to be a martial artist. It's like, bro, you have no hands. Jack Baker, terrible advice. Is that in response to becoming a baker? Because are you a baker? Olama, maybe. Maybe Olama. Taekwondo, yeah. He still has legs. Yeah. Makes sense. One of the best dudes at jiu-jitsu is missing a hand? Wow. That's crazy. Have I ever wondered the software used in nuclear reactors and stuff? I actually used to work at a place that had a nuclear reactor. But I don't know what they did with the software. I was just help desk. All right. So after being laid off in March, it became apparent that learning Kubernetes would be a good idea. Later when my video went viral, desire to learn new things. It made sense to learn Kube because it would give me the opportunity to both learn two at the same time. So I embarked on a journey to learn Kubernetes with the least amount of patience possible. Pressuring myself to learn it in a week. No nuclear reactors at Atlassian. It's not an autobiography. It's a script that's helping me organize my thoughts for a video that I'll do on Kubernetes. And I don't know how I'm going to do the video exactly. I'm probably going to do like, I'm going to put some slides together, I guess. And these will probably be like the notes. I might turn them into dot points. I'm not sure. I'm just getting my thoughts out. What's the terminal output on my blog? And did it steal all my Bitcoins? Yeah. Is this cool? Is this cool, guys? We're hacking the matrix. Nah, it's like simulating logs, basically. Like proxy logs, because that's my life. It would be a pretty cool autobiography if you make it to Jane Street. That'd be cool. Yeah, this thing's cool. It's just a bit of JavaScript, really. Feels like Claude. Will companies hire devs again? Yes. Does the Korok ever say I found him? No. He plays the guitar in Wind Waker, I think. Advice from going from chef to the tech world. Learning Go. It sounds like you're already making a good start. Do I plan to contribute in Kubernetes GitHub repo? Not really. I don't see why I would need to do that at this stage. Have you learned to work? Have you had to learn and work with slide dev for presentation slides? I've never used slide dev. I don't know what that is. We're hiring more devs, just one tier down. Fair enough. Any tips to explain things in an interview? I'm still learning that myself. Over 7 live streams, approximately 2 to 3 hours each, I gathered a decent picture of the Kubernetes landscape, a bit of history, and what tools people use to deploy and manage these in modern times, I guess. Any experience with serverless GPU providers? No, nothing of the sort. What's my expectations for software engineering for the future? I think demand will increase for software engineers. That's what I think. Have I tried LeetCode? Yes. You rejected your associate role after internship to learn a bit of marketing. I don't know any marketing at all. Run pod is really good. Am I taking a break or do I run a business on the side? Let's say I'm taking a break. I'd like to start a business, but is this AI Developer Cloud? Not interested. Should you use TypeScript? Do you like TypeScript? Now, so this is all a bunch of story, right? But if I want to properly, let's chunk this down a little bit. So this is my introduction to Kube. And then post layoff. And then this is start of the learning journey. And then somewhere in here, this is NeoVim. Have I done any gaming on Pop? Yes. I do all my gaming on Pop OS. I do not own any Windows computers, and it's absolutely fine. Very easy experience on Linux. What do I think about Java and its future? I think Java is a legacy. That's what I think. But that might be a bit of a spicy take. I'm aware it's a little bit spicy. Crazy t-shirt? Yeah. Proton via Steam. Yeah, literally all my games work. Not a problem. Amazon is very Java. I've heard that. I've heard that they use a lot of Java at Amazon. But I wonder, what's the ratio of Java and Kotlin? Do they use any Kotlin at Amazon? Java is very, very widely used, yes. But you have to think about what new things are being written in Java. I think we're going to see a huge amount of new code being written in Golang and TypeScript. And we're starting to see a lot of Rust code written now. But I think Java is going to drop off. And there's probably data on this. Zig and Odin, I think Zig and Odin are both pretty niche still. Do I consider switching to HFTs? I would actually consider switching to a HFT. I think that would be interesting. Is it worth spending time learning Rust as a junior dev? I think it depends on how interested you are in writing code, I suppose. Rust it's steep to learn, but Rust will teach you good things for your coding career. Is it good if someone is coding in C and changes kernel code stuff? I mean, if you learn and write C code and you work on the kernel, that's a pretty impressive credential to have, I would say. I think if you know C++, Rust should be easy for you. There will still be a paradigm shift in how you think about the code. You'll either be really frustrated because you can't just do everything that you want and normally do in C++. You have to convince the Rust compiler that you know what you're doing, basically. Would I do a tutorial on Rust? Maybe not a tutorial, but I'd write code live in Rust, I guess. Any advice for someone wanting to get into coding from construction? You haven't found out how to have fun yet. You won't have fun until you get good, basically. It's kind of like learning like a spoken language. You know how it if you learn say French for like 3 months and you suck at it and you try to talk to someone, it's uncomfortable and awkward and difficult. But then once you become fluent in a language, then all of a sudden it's you know more enjoyable. So it's really just you need to keep going. So here, let's see, start of the learning journey. So here, I guess I could talk a little bit about the process I went through, and I kind of detailed it here. I kind of detailed it here. If you teach French and talk French, if you learn French and talk French to someone, likely you get a response in English. Yeah. All right, so this is kind of what I did over the week, over the 7 days. The very first thing I did was started streaming on Twitch with the stream title, added Kubernetes to my CV. Now I have to learn it. That was the stream title. And opened a browser, went to the Kubernetes website, and started reading docs linearly. So how did that first stream go? Yeah, so after going through various concepts and basically trying to memorize them and failing, a few chatters informed me of Kelsey Hightower's guide, Learning Kubernetes the Hard Way. FTX US, am I involved in trading as well? No, this shirt is a joke. It's a meme. My next Twitch stream, I decided to go through these the hard way and ended up becoming enraged after, wait, how did it happen? I didn't get enraged at the beginning. Try to create a trading exchange from scratch in Rust. That sounds insane. Decided to go through Kubernetes the hard way. Started going through this tutorial. It's essentially a tutorial, and it required at least 3 machines with 2 gig of memory each. and I didn't have that hardware laying around. I didn't want to run them on my stream PC. Pretty much. That's a bit wordy. Might not include it. You remember being enraged after the second stream? You guess I found out some other cube stuff that was easier. Yeah, I after I got angry, I started arguing with LLMs, with Gemini, about the guide not being very friendly, and I asked it for a better way, and so I started doing some stuff. I'm gonna write about. Well, it's down here, right? Started asking LLMs, then it told me about kubeadm, and then I used CloudFormation to provision my infrastructure, and we got the cluster created through user data scripts, and then we had tokens getting uploaded and pulled down to the worker nodes and stuff. And then I tried using Helm, and then Helm sucked, and I thought, wow, this is too hard. Like, not that it's too hard, it's just it was so, like, everything was glued together, and it was really upsetting me. It seemed difficult to get a reproducible setup. So, whoops. So I signed up to AWS and started to, yeah, I would say over-engineered. I mean, you could say it's over-engineered, but also, yeah, I guess setting up just standard Kubernetes, I guess it feels really friction, like full of friction, because you're not meant to use it unless you really need that scale. And I suppose if I did something like Minikube or K3s, I wouldn't have had that friction experience. So maybe I should have like stepped my way. But anyway, I guess I learned it however I did, and maybe I can save someone else that same pain by just telling them the story, maybe in 10, 20 minutes, to give them an idea of how they can probably skip the crappy part. Even K3s is not that straightforward. Damn. Gemini is sometimes really good with info, but with code it's kind of a bit jittery. It can be inconsistent. Gemini Pro is okay. Is this Linux? Yes, it is Pop! OS Linux. Create machines manually. EC2 instances manually. And SSHing onto them to set up host names and run, what was it? Open SSL commands to do PKI. I have not tried KshiOS, but I'm going to try that soon on a local machine. I've got a little mini PC, and I recently downloaded KshiOS. I'm going to try it. I started, the tutorial was telling me to execute blobs of bash, of shell scripts, and I became enraged at the suggestion to do such manual tasks in 2026. I guess. Years after config management. have been invented, and yeah, let's say at some point the tutorial was telling me to execute blobs of shell scripts. I became enraged at the suggestion because I thought it had been over a decade. It's been, because it's been 2 decades since the advent of configuration management, and at least a decade since Kubernetes has been released, right? So I thought that all this friction had already been smoothed out, right? So I got pretty angry. Is it safe to assume I know Greek? I know very little Greek. You could try to speak in Greek. I may not understand you. How do I know what to learn next, and why do I pick a certain thing to build for fun or learning purposes? What are the real world applications reasons for making the decisions I make? It's a good question. Let's say it's kind of a, what would you say? For me, it's an intuitive process. I don't think a lot about it. I guess my general feeling, if I had to reverse engineer my process, would be what seems to be really relevant to me at the time, what seems to be in a lot of the roles that I'm trying to get into. It could be influenced by people saying such and such thing is really cool, so maybe I want to check it out a little bit. And then there's hype as well. There's like, if you go on Hacker News, there's like people talking about stuff. So it's kind of like this very non-methodical process that I use to pick out those things. Question for you. I've been feeling demotivated with the work you've been doing. Find something you would do for free. I mean, you'd have to be tremendously lucky to find something that you would do for free and then also have the discipline to charge people lots of money for it. So that could be hard, but I also think that you can like suffering is self-created. So if you're doing your work and you feel demotivated, you are literally, there's something that you are telling yourself every time you do it, and it's that thing you tell yourself which is demotivating you. It's not the work that is demotivating you. It's what you tell yourself about the work which demotivates you. Give an example. If if I was doing something at work that I wasn't interested in, I would say things like, oh, they hired me to do this other thing. Why are they getting me to do this thing? This task is such a waste of my time. They should get someone else to do it. All of these things are completely made up. Everything I just said is just like, it could feel valid, but it's really just stories. Isn't that the whole point of learning Kubernetes the hard way? Yeah, I think the point of learning Kubernetes the hard way is to get an understanding of the pieces that make up Kubernetes and its foundations. And for me personally, I like to get practical really quick. I don't necessarily want to have an academic understanding of Kubernetes. I want to know, how do I get it set up quickly, working, deploying pods into it as, fast, but also I don't want to just hack it together. I want to know how to do it, you know, properly, professionally, but not to the point where I, understand the tiniest detail. I don't need to know the tiniest details. Like writing OpenSSL configuration files to then generate PKI and then manually distribute PKI, I feel like that is a task for machines. Do you know? That's what I feel like. I feel like that task should be automated. In much the same way as like, let's say you want to get a Let's Encrypt certificate. Are you gonna, I suppose it's a good exercise to manually create your private key and then uh, you know host the challenge somewhere, like get the challenge from let's say an Acme server manually, and then host the challenge, and then get the challenge validated, and then you get your public key certificate, and then you do all this stuff. I suppose, like, but let's say most people, they just want to start certbot, and it makes a certificate for them, right? When's the last time someone needed to really, really understand what certbot is doing, or really, really, really understand what Nginx is doing? Am I vibe coding? I'm writing. I'm just writing. What's my take on data engineering? I don't know what they do. Someone could say learn Python, but what does someone new do in order to learn Python well? Exactly. That is the question, isn't it? Apply it in a hobby environment to using it. This is why I asked that question. The way I learned Python, I could do a video on how I learned Python. It's pretty basic. How has Kubernetes been treating me? Well, since the last live stream, the part 7, I haven't really touched it. I felt like I have enough of an understanding to be dangerous, I suppose. And I wanted to summarize. To be honest, I could probably spend weeks of time doing more live streams on Kubernetes, but I want to move on to something else. So I am trying to write up some text that I can then use to make a summary video. What language do I prefer for backend? Rust. And front end too. Is there a lot of ageism in tech? I am not sure. I'm not sure. I have not experienced it myself. You really only learn the nuances on the job with large scale prod. Right. So, yeah, so I get the impression that I've kind of learned enough to be comfortable. If someone was in an interview with me, I could say, yeah, I set up Kubernetes, I used this and this, I did this and that, and that's about as much as I know. And maybe they'll be happy with that. Maybe not. Maybe they want someone super expert in Kubernetes, but I'm gonna have to gain experience in a professional setting, I think. C++ is still faster than Rust. I don't really get any reason to learn Rust other than the management. The memory management is a big part of it. Huge. It's a huge part of it. If someone wants to learn backend dev, Golang. Jump into compiler development as a fresher. Yeah, why not? You're not going to get a compiler dev job as your first job. That's true. Am I looking for a professional setting? I mean, the roles that I would typically apply for, they're probably going to have Kubernetes involved somehow. C++ teaches you memory management just the hard way. That's true, but also it seems like you just will never avoid the possibility of a memory issue. Like if I wanted to learn memory management, the manual memory management, I'd probably learn C just as an exercise and then switch to Rust. Why is Go gaining popularity? Aside from simplicity. It's a few factors. I wouldn't necessarily call Go simple, but it has a simple syntax. It compiles real quick. It's got a big ecosystem now. It's fast enough. It has good enough concurrency for most stuff. And it's also pretty standard, like standardized. Like if you read two Go projects, they kind of look the same. So I think those are all good reasons for it being popular. What's my Vim setup? I've just written my NeoVim config from scratch. You can check it in my dot files in my GitHub repo. You're starting a dream role as a member of technical staff. Wouldn't have been possible without learning about Kubernetes on and off the job. How long would you say you spent learning about it off the job? In hindsight, the entire purpose of Kelsey's guide is to expose someone to these low-level concerns. However, I am personally more in favor of getting something practical up and running quickly in a way that matches the practices that, let's say, am I doing active recall? Do I do this after every session? I don't. But I suppose I am actively recalling. You're thinking of moving from macOS to Linux with a framework. Fair enough. I actually use both Mac and Linux, but my gaming PC is Linux. At a Kubernetes interview, they may ask you about operators and CRDs. There's a question like, what exactly happens when you run kubectl apply? Cool. Let me note that down if Google Chat, if YouTube Chat would let me. Cool. You want to get into software development? Which language would I suggest to give best overall exposure for full stack? full stack development. TypeScript. You should learn TypeScript and become an absolute beast at it. And then you'll need to learn a framework, probably React, because that is what a lot of people are using. You wouldn't quantify it by the number of hours, really, but I did get the Kubestronaut certs. Not that you think you're essential, but they complemented. Okay. Kubestronaut. Let me write that. Kubestronaut. It can be a bit of overhead compared to legacy architectures. Yes. But apparently people are fine with that overhead because it gives them a standard way of deploying stuff. Full stack. Do people use Redux? I have no idea. How can you become a good software architect? Software architects generally, it's like, I think a huge part of software architecture is understanding trade-offs. Understanding trade-offs, knowing which trade-offs you're making, and how it's going to affect, like what consequences you will have across the organization when you make certain trade-offs. But I'm not an architect, so, and I've never worked in that capacity. I'm personally more in favor of getting something practical up and running quickly, and dealing with problems as they arise. Let's say. Do I hate Java? No. I just don't like it. Why CloudFormation rather than Terraform? Well, I started with CloudFormation, but I actually moved on to Pulumi. And I quite enjoyed Pulumi. I would recommend it. I'm writing a blog post. I'm then going to turn the blog post into slides, and then I'm going to deliver the slides as a video. Not all of this will be in the video. It depends. Maybe I will record the thing and then cut out the things that are boring, or need the mic close to the keyboard to complete and change title to live ASMR writing stream. I've got my, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the last stream I was using my Blush Nano switches. Now I'm back to the brown switches. So I started an argument with Gemini about Kelsey's guide, and it graciously agreed that no sane engineer would set up Kubernetes by following that guide in a professional scenario. Do I play games? I do. I actually spent a lot of the weekend playing Path of Exile 2. Why don't I stream simultaneously on Twitch and YouTube? I don't know. I might figure that out at some point. For the moment, I'm just going to stream on YouTube. But at some point, I'll stream on both at the same time. Or maybe I'm just going to reserve Twitch for games. I don't know exactly what my approach is going to be. Because you all would have seen that I posted a poll and asked if people wanted to see games, and 75% said yes. 65% said yes on YouTube. 11 said yes on Twitch. This was a 1,000 votes here. So apparently 750 people want to see me stream games. 250 people don't want to see it. Or they're just not interested. What's the time? It's 9:40. Maybe in a little bit, I can try streaming a game. Problem is, I probably won't be able to do full screen because I only have one screen. I suppose I could have chat on my phone and the game, and that would probably work. 250 Atlassian agents. You dropped Rakietas. I don't know what item that is. That's an item, right? In Path of Exile. What is the best piece of advice I've ever gotten? The best piece of advice I've ever gotten. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm gonna make a short about that once I have an answer. Let's just pretend I know. Short. Should be interesting. You prefer no gaming because you like my style of learning and inputs. Have I ever struggled with my hobbies and work being on the computer? No, I haven't struggled with that, to be honest. How do I manage time between dev and games? You have to do all the dev stuff first, games later. Otherwise, you'll never do the learning and the dev stuff. Anything special for 100k subs? I don't know. What do you think I should do? Copper second monitor? Yeah, I would love... I know maybe Elgato is going to come up with a very small screen that like attaches to the side of the monitor. That would be cool. Do I hate IDEs and VS Code? No, I don't hate them. I used to use PyCharm, but I switched to Neovim. Start an argument with General about Kelsey's guide. Led me to discover Cubadium. Take you out to dinner. What monitor do I have currently? It's a 37-inch Samsung Odyssey G7. Any interviews stacked up? Maybe I should tell you all. I have interviewed at places, and it hasn't gone well. Let me tell you that much. I think the interviews are a bit brutal right now, and they require a lot of preparation. I am someone who traditionally does not prepare for interviews. Does that surprise you guys? I usually do zero preparation. I just walk into the place and have a conversation, and they ask me questions. I answer the questions as honestly as I can, and that's it. That's how I used to interview. But now I don't think I can do that anymore. Maybe it's because I'm going after senior roles, because that is my title. I did reach a senior level at Atlassian. So maybe it's because I've never interviewed for senior level before. Because I got into Atlassian as a P4, and I got promoted to senior. So technically, from when I became senior, like I had never had senior interviews. So my stream is jittery. I've got 0 drop frames here, so I'm not sure. Not sure what's going on there. I vibe code the interview. Yeah, it's just vibes, really. Vibes and honesty. One thing I have noticed recently is that even for infrastructure roles and SRE roles, they want you to have the skill level of a decent software engineer and everything else. That's what I've noticed recently. Do titles differ? Like in Google, you can be L3, L4, but in Atlassian, it's equivalent to senior. Yeah, there's a bit of that happening. That can be the case. What's the market like in Australia at the moment? Basically, someone like me generally can find roles for, let's say, 200K Australian pretty easily. But then if you want something higher than that, it's very competitive. It seems to be the case. I was laid off because I didn't learn Kubernetes. No, that's not the case. Let me to discover kubeadm. Which bootstrap the cluster nodes in one command. We use this newly found tool to then set all the infrastructure up with CloudFormation, running the tool during the init of the EC2 instances using user data. 200K is good money. Yeah, it's good. But keep in mind that my taxable income was close to double that. Total compensation at Atlassian. So 200,000 a year for me feels like getting kicked in the nuts. Do I read research papers? Probably not often enough. Senior level jobs are very much looking for both infra and software knowledge. I completely agree. I can tell you from recent experience. In fact, I might compile my recent experience. Let's see. Let me write this video. Recent experience with interviews. And here I'm going to cover things like coding portion, what you should, let's say, there's certain things like fundamental knowledge of DSA. And then you need a methodical approach, like addressing edge cases, let's say making a naive version first, addressing edge cases, optimizing performance, awareness of time and space complexity, and communication the entire way through. Particularly justifying trade-offs. And then you have system design. And you're going to need to do requirements gathering. To a professional degree. I don't know how else to say that. Like, understand what the hiring company wants and needs. If you're interviewing at a bank and they ask you to design a 3-tier web application and you don't mention anything about security or compliance, you're probably going to get wrecked. If you interview at a trading company and they ask you to do something similar and you don't mention anything about like latency or non-blocking or things like that, you probably get cooked. Do I think I can get back up to 400K again? Probably through great effort. Or see, part of the reason why I was getting that much is because I had shares vesting every year, and it was 4 grants vesting every year because I had been there for longer than 4 years. So it was just a constant stream of share grants vesting. That's why my taxable income was quite high. So I'd basically have to go somewhere that pays well, maybe has a bonus, and then gives me share grants every year. And then I'd have to stay there for a while to reach that same income again, probably. Probably try to get promoted along the way and all that kind of thing. What's my opinion on HFT? Well, HFT, funnily enough, would probably pay, those kinds of salaries because they have a lot of money and their entire purpose is making lots of money. Why are people stuck at Terrafork? I don't know what that means. What's Terrafork? Backstage? Oh, these are Kubernetes things, right? What's Terrafork? Terraform. Backstage. Is it Kubernetes? Oh, this is like a platform engineering thing where you've got an interface for your Kubernetes, and people do ClickOps to make their stuff. Is that what this is? I think it's cool if it fits your use case. Then that's cool. Made with love at Spotify. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So Spotify must have quite a good open source program if they've built and released this. Yeah, I like this kind of thing. What is this MD file? I'm writing out my. This stuff's kind of just scribbled notes at the bottom, but this stuff I'm trying to compress my 15 hours of live streams into one video, and so I'm kind of just writing out what what I did and so on, and trying to compress it. They also find Israel? Do you mean fund? Fund Israel? Who? Spotify? I don't have a subscription with Spotify, so Anthropic is setting up shop in Sydney. I should write poems now. Dun, 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 dun. Wait until I start interviewing at government. That sounds terrible. They wanted you to go internal for 50% less income. Yeah, maybe contracting is the way to go. I've been curious about contracting. Will I read these notes in the future? Yes, I will. I'm going to make some slides and then I'm going to make a video. I might expand these parts. I'm really just getting my thoughts organized. And then we'll figure out what to do from there. Federal government contracts. Yeah. Yeah, government would pay a lot to contracts, but not to employees. What's my opinion on sailing the high seas with the current state of EA Netflix? I am in favor of sailing the high seas. I think that in general, if people are sailing the high seas, it means that the companies have a pricing issue. AI companies, yeah. So OpenAI and Anthropic would pay a lot for infrastructure engineers and SREs because they have tons of investor money. It also means they'd be incredibly picky. And I'm not sure if I'm up to scratch, to be perfectly honest. Why don't I move to America? I'd be willing to relocate if someone sponsored the relocation. But I'm worried about America's future, actually. Not sure. I use this newly found tool to then set up all the infrastructure with CloudFormation, running the tool during the init of the EC2 instance using via user data. Let's see. After this, I got stuck. Yes, I am married. Yes. So I was doing CloudFormation. I was doing kubeadm. Oh, yeah. I successfully got a cluster running and then tried to use Helm to install charts to get a Valheim server pod running. $1 million salary job? That'd be pretty cool, man. You're building a self-hosted MCP in Golang that will deploy any Helm chart or operator. Cool. How does that work? Using Helm got a bit messy and a bunch of pods were crashing. Why do I need an MCP to deploy Helm chart when I can just ask Claude Code to use the Helm CLI? True. Fuck, he's married. Is that a problem? Junior data engineering, big tech. You completed your first year. I think you should stay if you're enjoying data science. You should stay in that job. I tried pushing forward and thought that perhaps the process of issuing kube was it commands to the cluster via Helm was fragile due to I thought it was fragile and perhaps running into how do I say? You're building a SaaS, bro. Your name is like almost the same as my brother's. Your literal full name is nearly the same as my brother's. You're building a SaaS and want to roll it out to the Greek market. You're using Keycloak for auth. I don't know what Keycloak is. I don't know if you need to use an auth provider. Like, what are the features that an auth provider gives you that you can't just do yourself? I've been using NeoVim for maybe 2 years. Actually, I can't remember how long I've been using NeoVim. I think it's been a few years now. My hypothesis at the time was that the process of pushing YAML to Cube via Helm and kubectl was fragile and running into issues with state becoming corrupted. That's kind of how I felt at the time. That it was running into issues with state becoming corrupted or partially deployed or something like that. Not sure it's a good idea to roll your own auth unless one has experience doing it. Auth is probably the thing that has to be done right the first time. Yeah, but what features of auth do these providers give you? Like, why can't you store hashed and salted passwords in a database? That's pretty standard stuff. Is it not? What else do you need? What else do they give? I'm curious about the features. How am I in a calm state? What choice do I have? Should I be in a bad? What other state should I be in? Identity provider. It has roles and permissions. And it's connected to a Google provider. So does that mean that they can do single sign-on? OAuth? With that kind of stuff? Better auth is not applicable. Okay. Panicking state. Panicking doesn't help anyone in any situation. Cookies, JWTs, token rotations. Uh-huh. What about JWTs? Are we saying that the hard part of auth is JW token generation alone with scopes if being fancy? I've actually kind of dealt with this stuff in the past. I'm familiar with scopes. I know that there's expiries baked into JWTs. So I don't know when you say token rotation, but tokens have an expiry. Do you mean token revocation? The Linux distro is Pop OS. I went back to Gemini, and I think I went back to Gemini at this stage and complained some more. Right? I think, is this? Yeah. I took my frustrations back to Gemini. Let me try to find what was the actual conversation I had. Talos. Generalizing and deployment tracking. Today, March, June. Was it this one? Talos. There is no Talos in this thread. Huh. Oh yeah, this was from the other day. This is not it either. Okay. Just listening to my voice in the background. Is that enjoyable? You enjoying my voice in the background? Rotation, revocation means the same. I suppose it does mean the same. For me, well, maybe I'm being pedantic here, but rotation implies that there are two valid tokens and you're bringing in the new one. Revocation, for me, well, I'm being pedantic. Ignore me. Advice to someone entering software engineering soon. You're starting in an AI startup. Read and understand things first, and then before you contribute and start changing stuff. But I don't know. I mean, it's different now. You're probably just going to be vibe coding the whole time. Hello, Abe Singh. Water break. Am I visibly dehydrated? Yeah, it's water time. Hold on. Hold on. All right. All right. Water ASMR time. Hold on. Hopefully the noise suppression doesn't kill it. Did it come through the noise suppression? Was it refreshing? I'm feeling refreshed. You were setting some macros and you heard water. This is not i3. This is just Ghosty. Do I have any suggestions for a fresher? Basics in dev, and you've got internship, but you lack DSA. Well, if you're in your final year, like 6 months before you graduate, you want to apply for graduate programs and call companies that you're interested in working at. And you do want to brush up on a DSA and become confident. You want to have a few projects that you've worked on that you can talk about. You know, you want to have some passion projects that you've worked on and built, things that might be impressive, things that you liked yourself. How am I able to focus on both reading chat and writing script? One require, yeah, it's hard. It's very distracting. Can you build a tool like Copilot AI agent within 7 months? Probably not. I took my frustrations back to Gemini and I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember why I started looking into Talos Linux. Finding myself frustrated again, I started to remember things my colleagues had mentioned, such as Talos Linux. The brief conversation. I had a conversation with one of my friends. So one of my friends was saying that what he does is he doesn't use Helm directly against the control plane. He produces kube configs from Helm as build artifacts. The artifacts are then pushed into the control plane with kubectl. I found that interesting. Hello, Babish. We are witnessing history. I'm not writing an autobiography. I'm getting my thoughts out. I'm going to do some slides. I'm going to make a video. And then I'm going to publish the video and move on to the next thing. I wanted zero config Kubernetes, pretty much. I think zero config Kubernetes is just EKS. Kind of. You loved my series of Kubernetes? Cool. What's my take on using social media? I have the same weakness. I think when it comes to social media, you need to put your phone in a different room and lock it away. I don't know. I suffer from the same thing. EKS, GKE, yeah. That is zero config Kubernetes, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe you don't want to use those. I don't know. So kubectl, what is that? It's the command line tool that you use to interact with Kubernetes control plane. What will you do if your homie calls you slurs because you don't reply to their reels? Nothing. I won't do anything in response to that. How long am I spending in front of a screen? Pretty much all day. Pretty much all day, but that's been my life for quite some time, actually. So maybe if I just go to the website for TELUS Linux, it'll remind me why I picked it up. Bare metal to Kubernetes in under a minute. No SSH, no shell, no package manager. And then root is a squash FS image. Upgrades, write a new image to the inner. So this is for upgrades, really. But I thought, in my naivety, I thought that this benefit of an immutable system would somehow protect me against like me pushing the wrong Helm charts. But it doesn't do that. I think what this does is it helps for upgrades. Hello. 3D customizer. I have no idea what a 3D customizer is, especially a category driven one. How do I choose a programming language for a project? Since AI does more of the coding, you could ask AI to choose the language, or you could have a conversation with an AI about which language would be best. You didn't know I streamed. Well, I really just started streaming after the after everyone arrived. So I also had another friend tell me about his setup where run Helm commands against the cluster. Oh, you're never on YouTube at this time. Yeah, for me it's 10 o'clock at night. What tech did I use for my personal website? I used Zola. Getzola.org. It is a Rust static site generator. You want to buy a desktop PC, you've been planning to buy one, but now it's too late. I literally bought a new PC like 2 weeks ago. What keyboard do I have? I have a Newfie keyboard. If you go to my profile and you click on my links here, there's a link here to Newfie that will take you to the site. For blogging, it uses MDX. Yeah, it uses Markdown files. That's essentially what this file is. Like, if I wanted, let's just say, notes. Let's just call this section the notes. Let's just say I push this one, right? Push draft. It'll be on my site in like 30 seconds. Interesting sweatshirt. Yes. So it should be here any minute now. How much did the 2080 Super? Oh yeah, I have a different PC. Let me update that. FAQ. So this is my old PC. My new PC is actually AMD Ryzen 7 9800X3D. My cooler is, I don't remember. It's AIO cooler. It's Cooler Master. I don't remember. I'll add this in later. But my card is now an AMD RX 9070 XT. And then here I've got Clev DDR5. It's 32 gigs, 6000 megahertz, CL30. And for the board, I've got a Gigabyte X870 Aorus Elite. And power supply doesn't matter. Power supply doesn't matter. But let me tell you, this hardware, it's like I've played some games in the last few days, in the last week. It has been good. It has been smooth. The frames have been abundant. I sound more like EU. I would say I have a mixture of Australian and European vocalization because of my family. How much did it cost? It cost approximately, with storage, it cost me $3,700. What package manager does Pop! OS use? It uses the same as Ubuntu, but we also have the Cosmic Store here, and the Cosmic Store uses Flatpak. By the way, Cosmic Store, written in Rust, super fast. This thing is blazingly fast. You built a 64 gig DDR5 5070 Ti with, damn, that's a beast. What version Pop! OS? 2404, I think it is. Let's see. Pop! OS 24.04. Pretty sure. Newfie. My workflow fully terminal. Yeah, pretty much. Terminal, browser, yep. How do I make software decisions? Where to put a new feature? Those are design decisions and they can be hard. You need to be aware of the trade-offs you're making in order to make those decisions more logical. But essentially, they boil down to design, and it is you're deciding subjectively on the trade-offs that you prefer against the factors that are important for the project. Can we build the Envoy Gateway controller for the products? What do you mean? You just got the Newfie Air V3. Nice. Did you buy it through my link though? Because every time you guys buy something through this link, I get a tiny bit of money. All right, so now, yeah, so here we've got my blog. So the markdown I've been writing is going to be turned into this. That's, yeah. The way this works is if I go to my GitHub, I have a workflow which deploys the static site. It's this easy, just super easy. I like it a lot. Do I use Telescope? Yes. I'm going to have 100K subscribers soon. I think so, yeah. I think I've got to get a few more videos out to accelerate it. But otherwise, I think I would hit 100K in maybe a few weeks. How much does it cost to host a GitHub Pages site? $0. $0. Do I want to be an architect? Actually, I do. That would be cool. No, it's $0. Doesn't cost anything. Do I speak Greek? Very, very basic. Like a 5-year-old probably speaks better Greek than me. I don't watch any sports, to be honest. Do I plan to make a video about my daily workflow? Maybe. Why do I like Rust? It's fast and the compiler guides me to doing things in a way that is really robust and correct. That's why I like it. Set up where he doesn't run any Helm commands against a cluster, but instead uses it to produce configs as build artifacts. I had a friend tell me if I set up. About his setup. Um, I decided to, oopsie, decided to see what that was about and solve this idea of an immutable Kubernetes cluster, which supposedly would prevent the kind of state corruption that I thought I was running into. Rust versus Java. Rust. Plan to move into management? No, I would rather do architecture than management. Is it JetBrains Mono? I'm not sure. Probably not. It's whatever default font comes with the OS. Doing all your soft tasks while listening to me. Go versus wife? I'll take wife on that one. Vibe coding is a programming language. Well, have you seen people that are writing markdown files for their LLM and then writing tests for the markdown files? What the fuck? Fast API versus Spring Boot? I prefer Fast API. This stage, I decided to completely pivot, use Talos Linux, and switch to Pulumi instead of CloudFormation for the infrastructure, even though it would cost me some time in the learning process. I'm running Linux on my gaming PC. Yes, my gaming PC is Linux. Should have done a PC build stream. I thought about that. But no. Rust or Golang, what's better to learn? It depends on your goals, but the safe choice is Golang. How stable is Cosmic right now? Cosmic was giving me kernel panics as soon as I logged in. So here's what was fucked up. I put in the Pop! OS Live USB. I booted up and I would crash. And so I thought maybe that my old disks had a problem. So what I did was I went and bought a new disk. I took the GPU out, put the new disk in, removed the other storage devices, and then I booted into the live USB again, and it worked. It didn't crash, right? So then I installed Pop! OS on the fresh disk, and I put the other storage devices in, and I booted up just with the storage devices, everything looking fine. And then I put the GPU back in, and I ran into the kernel panic again. So I'm thinking, what the hell? Why is my GPU causing a kernel panic? And so I logged into a terminal and no kernel panic. So, well, I slowly started to figure out, okay, it's not necessarily Pop! OS. But then I tried to get GNOME installed, and that was a bit of a struggle. I got GNOME installed, but then my network wasn't working. I'm like, why isn't my network? I have an Ethernet cable plugged into the wall that goes to the router. What the fuck is going on? And so that network problem turned out to be a spanning tree issue where I had a switch under my desk and I had a switch in my living room, and they were fighting each other. So I removed the switch from here. I got network. GNOME was working. I did an update, And then I tried Cosmic again, and now it's working. Cosmic works, no problem. It just needed an update. It needed a full upgrade of the system because there's some kind of interaction with the really new cards, graphics cards, with Cosmic that was causing a kernel panic. That was a... I lost my voice that day. If that gives you any idea of how angry I was, I lost my voice. I'm lucky I don't have like bruises on my hands, you know, from punching things. What games do I play on Linux? Path of Exile, let's see. Path of Exile, Factorio, Deep Rock, Galactic, all three of them. Noita, Squad is pretty good also. I like Squad. Classic Linux experience, yes. Did I learn anything new? I learnt a few. I'm probably not going to remember them, but I learnt a few like parameters that you can provide to the bootloader. I'm not going to remember them. Noita is good but difficult as fuck. Guess how many wins I have in Noita? What is the goal for today? Literally the only goal for today was to write out a summary of all of my live streams that I did on Kubernetes. I'm then going to later take this summary and probably turn it into a video. Does Steam run fine on Linux? Yes, runs completely fine. At this stage, I decided to completely pivot, use Talos Linux, and switch to Pulumi instead of CloudFormation for the infrastructure. Yeah. It's getting late. Am I going to finish it tonight? Yeah, I think so. I actually might... Maybe I play a game in like 20 minutes. Maybe I'll focus for 20 minutes, get this written, and then play a game and answer the questions. Dun, dun, dun. Troubleshooting. I quite enjoyed Pulumi. It feels like a type-checked infrastructure, which is cool. I use the Golang SDK. Let's see. After a bunch of troubleshooting and looking at logs of pods and feeding those logs into Gemini, I discovered that there was a bootstrap dependency issue where other pods like Argo required that AWS CCM was set up work properly. Turning into a creator? Not full-time. I won't be doing that full-time. Why didn't I go with CachyOS? I'm going to try CachyOS soon. I'm going to try it on... Did I publish it to my blog? Yes, I did that on purpose just to show how my blog works. Cyberpunk or Witcher 3? I love both of those. They're both really good. I think I prefer Cyberpunk, actually. After this, it was pretty smooth sailing. I could add CRDs and charts to my Git repo, and Argo would pick them up and provision pods quickly. So now that I've kind of, so after that, I did start thinking about like platformatizing, but I don't think that's valuable because everyone's going to do things a little bit differently. I think once you get to the point where you've set up Kubernetes, you've got your Git repo, you've got your little YAML files, that's the point at which I think things diverge in terms of style and preference, where someone might really like GitOps. Someone else might want a web interface. Someone else might want a command line tool or something else in order to manage all that YAML and those resources. It also depends on the users that you're serving. Like if you're just running stuff at home, GitOps is probably the best way to go. If you are serving 1,000 developers who know absolutely nothing about operations, then maybe you want to really, really abstract things. What am I using for the blog? I'm using Get Zola. Zola is the static site generator. I like it so far. I started to think about platformatize thing that I built, but I realized that this can become quite subjective. And so for this article, I won't go into that at all. But the options that I was aware of are tools like Kubevela, Crossplane, and Backstage. One of you mentioned Backstage. You know, no one has asked me yet how I'm doing this this line splitting. No one's asked me yet. No one's curious. So like this part of the document is where I would then, you know, you've got the whole story, but then it needs to all just be boiled into the essence. You're dying to know? I don't believe you. So look at this, right? I don't have text wrapping. So you guys have seen that I'm writing across the whole page. I do not have text wrapping. What was it? So that's one line, right? If I put text wrapping, it wraps it, but it's still one line. Okay, so no wrap. If I highlight this, Shift V, and then GQ, it splits the line as per the language server rule for how long something should be. So if I was to open, say, foo.txt, and maybe I copy this same thing, and I go into foo.txt, and I do, let's do the join again, and then I try to split it. Oh, apparently maybe it has like some general rule for, I don't know. It seems to work in the text file too, so that's cool. But I think if I was in Python or something else, it would split it differently. Foo.py, let's see. A long sentence. And it is very ugly, and it is going to go past the column limit. Now, if I do this one, okay. Maybe it's splitting it based on like the width. Let's see. This is 72 columns across. But yeah, so it should work in code files as well. It might be dependent on the width of the actual buffer. I'm not sure. Let's try another one here, right? Yeah, it's based on the width of the buffer. So that's interesting. Probably won't work very well on a team. But then this one, I don't know. I don't know what the rule is exactly. I don't think it's a plugin. It's like built into Vim. There's no plugin for this. I mean, there's plugins for this kind of thing, but I'm not using one. GQ format EXPR. Yeah. I work in FTX US. Yeah. If you want to get into DevOps systems engineering, you should look for SRE roles. SRE, site reliability engineering. Why are the line numbers decreasing as we go down? The reason why the line numbers change is because it's showing me relative line numbers. So right now, my cursor is on 130. And if I want to go 10 above, I hit 10K, and it takes me to line 120. But say if I want to go to this line here, it's 17 lines down. So I go 17J, and it takes me there. And now I'm on line 137. You can also travel up and down by spaces, the gaps. So you can go by each gap with shift and then right bracket, left bracket. So yeah, like sometimes I like to write code in a way. Let's make another thing. Let's just say def foo x return x. Now, if I write code like this, then and then I'm traversing through by space, it kind of does this, where it's like 1, 2, 3, and then I'm at the end of the function. But if I write it like this, it's way cooler, because then if I have a whole bunch of functions, then I can quickly go through, to the next function or whatever. But I don't know. Platform engineer or something similar. Yeah, you could look for platform engineer or SRE roles. That's the new terminology. I'm not streaming on Twitch for no particular reason. I'm just streaming on YouTube for now, and I'll decide whether I want to do a double stream. I probably need the tooling for the, particularly for having the two chats combined into one. I think I need to have that. Okay, so if I need to boil this whole thing down, it would be, let's see. CubeADM is now old, not needed. Let's see. I think I would say 2 paths. There's the managed kube, which, by the way, I still haven't used managed kube. And then there is run your own cluster. Right, so I would say for managed Kubernetes, bit of a no-brainer here. And good for small scale. I think it's even good for high scale. But Fargate is not. Fargate apparently is very expensive. But EKS, I think people generally agree it is worth it. Don't want vendor lock-in. Strong need for multi-cloud, especially mixed with bare metal. Here's the thing. So with managed Kubernetes, can you still use Talos Linux? I think no, right? Like for EKS, you're locked into Bottle Rocket, right? Then for GKE and AKS, like what? They have their own things, right? My company is into managed services only, like GCP Cloud, other than cost. Is there any disadvantage to that approach? I would say it's you have less control over the control plane. Own cluster will be expensive as you will be responsible for each node applying OS patches. But Hassan, with Talos Linux, is that still a problem even with Talos Linux? Because it doesn't have SSH, it doesn't have systemd, it doesn't have a shell. So I wonder about that. Zigzag. Do I have a job yet? YouTube is my job. I'm kidding. Or am I? Yeah, so with Talos, I think you still have to upgrade. But I'm not sure. My hair is falling out. Yeah, it is. I've got like 1 year until I'm bold, probably. Let's see. Under 50 OS binaries, under 100 meg OS footprint, 0 package managers. So I mean, for me, that's like, how do you how you can't patch the packages, right? So I think the upgrade process for Talos is you literally just roll out um, new nodes. So if I was going to do run your own cluster, it would have to be with Talos. I don't think I could recommend any other way to do it. Scale up, scale down, enable workers, interactive dashboard, future head. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. And thank you, the Mitch is here. Future hair transplant fund. Yes. I need my I need to go to Turkey and get my hair transplant. So please more to the fund, please. Been loving the content. Keep it up. Been listening in the background while doing your Apex. Actually, you're actually doing your Apex? It's in Docker. I mean, Kubernetes in Docker. What kind of recursion? I don't think Talos is run Talos Linux in Docker. What the fuck is this? My Talos isn't running in Docker. Damn, I do not miss that process. What's my next goal? Learn as much as possible, become extremely skilled, and and contribute my skills somewhere. Talos Linux is a Kubernetes optimized Linux distro. Yeah, you don't have to run Talos in Docker. That's crazy. You can boot it on bare metal. Let's see. So, yeah. Let me ask Gemini a question here. If I use managed Kubernetes like EKS, AKS, GKE, do I visit Greece at all? I went to Greece like a year or two ago. I enjoyed it quite a lot. What was that? What control do I have over the worker node OS? Do I have to use what they provide, or can I hook up a Talos Linux worker node to their control planes? I have some family living in Greece. My cousins, they live in Greece. Love from Darwin. Love your video and live sessions. Love studying IT at Charles Darwin. Give some tips for student who wants to land a tech IT support role. Well, I think if you're studying IT, you're already on the path. You just need to find companies that you want to work at and notify them when you're going to graduate and see if they can bring you in on their graduate program or otherwise. We are using Pop OS. When using managed Kubernetes, you have a lot of flexibility with the Workernode OS, but hooking up specialized immutable OS like Talos ranges from impossible but complex to practically impossible. Right, so Talos along with EKS seems possible via self-managed nodes. GKE, it's practically impossible. And same with AKS. Why was this retracted? What happened? You basically need to use Talos on top of EC2. Oh, nah, that's not going to work. From UK working as a ML engineer, eventually want to move to Australia as a data scientist. Really? Why not work in the UK as a data scientist? Oh, it's because you prefer just living here in general, is it? Just a few years ago, Atlassian was sending vans. There was a one in Canberra as well as ANU. Yeah, that was for a recruitment drive back when they had tons of investor money flowing in. And as the tech industry is right now, a lot of money has flowed out from investors, and so it's harder. My room and house, I probably will never show my room and house because I'd like to maintain some privacy there with that. Realistically, if you use EKS, you are handing over the keys to the control plane. For 90% of companies, this is a fantastic deal. This is what I suspect. For teams that choose to build and run their own clusters, it comes down to massive scale, high performance edge cases, or explicitly wanting to strip out cloud provider opinions. Okay. Work-life balance in Australia. That's fair. Managed Kubernetes forces you into the hypervisor layer. I think you can run EKS on bare metal though. EKS default CNI assigns a real routable VPC address to every single pod. You can burn through a /16 in a really? Is this a thing? Can anyone tell me if they've experienced this themselves? If I will use Java at work, but then you want to explore C++, how do you deal with this skilling up in two languages? It's actually a significant advantage to learn a second programming language. You'll actually write better code in the original language when you learn more languages. You'll develop new ways of thinking that will make you write better code. So Has anyone ever run into IP address starvation with EKS? I'm guessing no. If you want advanced networking features like native eBPF routing, self-managed cluster is cleaner. EKS binds you to IAM roles for service accounts, CSI drivers, and ALB ingress controllers. I don't think that's true. Moving that exact cluster to GKE requires ripping out the entire plumbing layer and replacing it with Google Workload Identity. That could be painful. Would you say this domain impacted how you approach systems after this? Not really, because at Tyro Payments, I was doing operations, so I didn't really do a lot of software stuff there. Teams that run vanilla clusters on top of Immutable OS often use Cluster API. This allows them to define the entire cluster, supporting an identical cluster on bare metal. Uses the exact same operational tooling. Yeah. If you had to generate a customer profile of the 10% who don't want to use managed kube, what would these people be? What example companies? You think Markdown will be considered a language? I'm not sure about that. What is this question? Top-down DP or bottom-up DP? What is that? Are you talking about dynamic programming? How do I figure out the area of software engineering I wanted to get into? I'm not sure if I even know how to answer that. I mean, I want to make some games. Game dev would be cool. I guess I just pick whatever I find interesting, and I don't consciously think about it too much. I don't know that much about dynamic programming, to be honest. So I don't even know what the difference is between those two. Okay, so profile one, high throughput infrastructure scale outs. These are companies where data processing or infrastructure is the core product. Yeah. Like, I know EKS is an option, but think about it. For Amazon, EKS is not an option. Think about that. Do you think there is money in providing Kubernetes as a service? If yes, then you need to manage your own cluster. Hello, BitBeerTech. Mostly did infra stuff, right? Was that conscious or just how my career panned out? I had an idea that I wanted to be, I was interested in, when I was very young, I was interested in doing security. And then I became fascinated with the idea of being a systems administrator because I was exposed to more when I was young, I was exposed to people who did that as a role, and I thought they were very impressive. So I wanted to be one. And I worked my way up to that. And then when I was working as a sysadmin, DevOps was the popular, hyped thing at the time. And DevOps and SRE, they were like starting to be really hyped. And in the Google SRE book, it says that SRE is when you approach operations as though it was software. And so I became very fascinated in that idea. And I decided that that was the path. And nowadays, SRE has sort of transformed into what we now call platform engineers and that kind of thing. And so that kind of just correlates with my career path. And so, I mean, the question is, what's the next thing? I think I think right now what it's looking like is that AI is the next buzzword that is going to stay around for quite a while. There might be some kind of a bubble pop or like a recession of the hype, just like there was with DevOps. But yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think what's going to happen is that AI is going to get unseated by the next thing. Whatever comes after AI is going to knock AI off its pedestal. AI is just going to be the background. And then the next tech, everyone's going to hype the crap out of it. You're going to go from platform engineer to agentic engineer to whatever the next thing is. Whatever that is. I don't know what it's going to be. But I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to work. So let's see. So Uber runs on massive Kubernetes clusters to avoid virtualization overhead and the compute premium of public cloud providers. As a junior, what would you say are the fundamentals to learn and not chase the next hot thing? I would say you could ask questions like this to an LLM, like, what are the top 5 things in industry that haven't changed in the last 20 years? Right? Let's see what it says. State management and cache invalidation, relational databases, and the network stack. Different styles of programming, reading code. This is a huge one. This is actually huge. think about it. We now have access to creating way more code than ever before. So reading is more important. And in particular, the speed at which you read is going to be pretty important. And then what's this? Accidental complexity and human communication. So vague requirements, misalignments with stakeholders, knowledge silos, over-engineering. But then the question becomes, let's say. But then the question becomes, how do you learn and practice these fundamental things? How do you do that? You can't just boot up an IDE and find a state management button. You have to practice by peeling back abstractions and forcing constraints. The fastest way to understand why an abstraction exists is to suffer without it. True. That's true. Write a basic application using zero dependencies. If you want to understand zero dependencies. So like writing your own HTTP server that manually passes TCP byte streams. Who here has done that? Who here has written their own HTTP server from scratch? I have. You know, when I did that, it made me respect people that have done that quite a lot. I gained massive respect for those people who have built their own, HTTP server or proxy. So, second profile, the data sovereign and strict compliance guardians. So, core banking. Is there EKS in FedRAMP? Yeah. Okay. They're compliant with FedRAMP High. What happened to playing a game? Yeah, I'm 20 minutes overdue for that, aren't I? Well, I think this is decent for today. Let's try playing a game. What shall we play? I was thinking either DRG Survivor or PoE 2. Could try PoE 2. PoE 2, yeah. I'm feeling PoE 2. You guys like my favorites? How can you even read this? I'm not playing hardcore mode in PoE 2 though, so don't judge me. All right, let me write this. Push this up. What's happened? I don't do any trading, but I don't do any trading in PoE 2, but all right, let me I've got to get my YouTube chat open on my phone. Otherwise, I'm going to lose everyone's chats. Where is the thing? You prevented that order from being carried. God, Game of Thrones popped up on my phone immediately. Okay, got my live video here. Don't want to listen to myself. Live chat, cool. Let's see. We Gucci. All right, everything works. How am I going to read? You know how small the text is on this thing? How am I going to read your chat while playing PoE 2? Let's see. Also, I wonder how the frames are going to go. We should be good. You got to tell me if the audio is too loud as well. Pop this down. Pop this down. And where should I put my face? You can check my PC. Are the audio's too high? Tell me if it's way too loud. Tell me. I'm gonna try to opt for lower volume. You tell me if it's good or bad. I wish I could zoom in. Audio's perfect. All right. I'm going to use my book to set my phone up. Yeah. Now we're good. I got to turn off global chat. Global chat cannot be enabled. What character am I running? So I have decided to go with a Cold Sorceress. With what's this? Stormweaver. My tree's looking like this right now. I've been enjoying very much shattering everything into tiny little ice shards. Oh yeah, so the last thing I was doing, I think, was the second trial. Yeah. You forgot how huge the skill tree is. Yeah. Yeah, big. Enormous. So in Path of Exile 2, they've kind of like, they've placed you at the middle, kind of like the Scion in PoE 1. And so I can sort of branch out to whatever areas, but I think really this one is the most appropriate for me. And I'm kind of just YOLOing it at the moment. So we are level 36, and this area is level 38.
Long have I awaited the rules. Until next time.
Let's see, Grasping Vines. Challenge area contains several that petrify you. If I stand in their gaze. We'll go with this one.
Don't stare too closely.
Company's going to send you a case study for a game tester position. I've never done anything like that, so I wouldn't even know what they sort of look for there.
Challenger, prove yourself. Worthy of
It's like a. This reminds me of like the Vile Temple.
Feel the chill. Die forgotten.
So as you can see, pretty easy. I need a second monitor. I do. I actually have a second monitor, but I don't really have anywhere to put it on my desk right now. Oh. Okay. So that's what that thing is. I literally, you know what? I need some way for the text on this YouTube app to actually be a bit bigger. And I don't know how. I don't know how I can do that. Get a monitor arm? We're just gonna make do with what we have here. Accessibility to enlarge, yeah. That's true. This is red thing. So I think I have to kill everything in this area and then I can move on. Yeah. As long as I don't stare at this guy, we're good. You just move 2 of your monitors off their default onto a shared arm. That'd be cool. Switch? What's the switch for? Nothing here? Okay, gotta go here. Killing monsters with such soothing voice. Is my voice actually soothing? I don't believe you. Bosses deal more damage, take less damage. Buffs expire 3 times faster. Critical chance. I think I'll take this one.
adversaries plagued with a blood-curdling fever.
Pop out the chat in your browser, then copy that URL and open it in your phone. That's probably the go, but this is okay for now. Corruption trial. Oopsie. These statues are a bit annoying. Huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How are they not hitting me, though? I feel like they had their chance to kill me there. And they completely fucked it. Yes, this is PoE 2. How are the how's the encoding? Is it there's no frame drops, nothing like that? The accent. I realized it the second I saw you, but it's the character adding depth to it. Looks good using what? Yeah, it's just software encoding, apparently. seems to be doing the job, I suppose. Let me just check if OBS is saying anything. Yeah, 0 drop frames, that's good. CPU looks pretty low. I've never really considered that the Australian accent is an interesting thing to people. Pyramid objects appear projecting forward rotating lasers. Oh, hell no. Rings of doom appear on the ground, which grow over time, exploding. That's fine.
Where you stand.
We can deal with explosions. Any tips for redundancies? Found out I will be redundant early in the year. I hope they're giving you a nice payout, and then just use the time you can to
Requires souls.
study up, figure out what companies you want to work for, make sure you get in early, have conversations, and I think, you know, some people have asked me, like, what's a good way to sort of network and so on, but I think maybe find meetups, or I don't know, try to build some relationships that are going to help you through the layoff, I suppose. That's probably what I would say. Okay, I can't hit these altars somehow. What did I just unleash? Nothing? Okay. Oh man. Oh, I'm dead, yeah.
Avoid that one.
Message is held for review. Why? Trying out Bevy. Trying out Bevy? I will try out Bevy at some point. There's a few other... I think the next thing I'm going to work on after I make this video on Kubernetes is going to be setting up local LLM. That, hopefully, shouldn't take too long. Did I lose... Disconnected? Cannot connect it. Okay, I guess I've got to restart it.
Chaos awaits.
Yeah, so setting up the local LLM, and then the next thing will be making a game with Bevy. I'm going to try to start simple, make something real basic. I'll probably make a bunch of real basic ones like tic-tac-toe and chess, and then try to move on to some more interesting games. Will I use LM Studio for local LLM? I'm not sure. I'm going to have to do that research at some point. Ancient file mechanism will deploy attacks against nearby intruders.
Slay them amongst the flames.
Top-down 2D RPG. Asteroids. Asteroids would be a good one, yep. Lunar Lander would be a cool. A top-down RPG could be interesting with, you know, different characters and stuff.
Challenger.
Something like Vampire Survivors would be interesting also, perhaps.
I can't do that yet.
Like some kind of a bullet hell type game. Any particular reason why I went with AMD instead of NVIDIA? Yes. So NVIDIA would be good for. I identified three things why you would buy an NVIDIA card. Number one, you want to use DLSS in games. Fair enough. Number two, you want to do some local LLM stuff. It's also a cool reason. And number three would be for the NVENC video encoder for, say, streaming and whatnot. For me personally, I didn't really care about those things. And the AMD cards, they have kind of better compatibility with Linux in terms of the drivers. And yeah, I just wanted a full AMD system. Also, the AMD card that I got has 16 gigs of VRAM compared to, say, 12 on the equivalent NVIDIA card for the same cost. Yes, apparently AMD has better rasterization performance. Let's see, Rings of Doom, globules of blood manifest nearby, tracking you. When above you, oh, that's fine, that's easy. Try out Godot. I've heard about Godot. I'm curious about that. Apparently, it makes it quite easy to make games. One of the main reasons I am interested in Bevy is basically just because it's Rust, but I think I should probably try both. Let's see. Where are they coming from? Oh, okay, that's what it was talking about with the globules.
I can't do that yet.
Victory is mine.
That. My energy shield is at 0 right now. Oh, so I just had to survive for a long time there. That's interesting. Godot is super fun and easy. That's cool. What game is this? It's PoE 2. Path of Exile 2. Llama CPP recently added support for MVFP4. I'm not sure what that is. Not sure what that is. I forget where I am going next on this. I think I'm just going to go straight up here for the cold damage or something like that. Tons of cold damage here. Yeah. How many people we got in here at the moment? 78. Is it 78 people? What an insane skill map. Yeah. Let's see this thing. It's kind of whatever. That one. You guys like my hat?
This is just a warm-up.
Monsters leave deadly volatiles on death. I think we'll go with the volatiles. PC specs, go see my my personal site. It should be in my links on my YouTube channel. You can find my blog or my site, and it will have the specs in the FAQ section. Alright, so this is where I died last time. So I think maybe I'll just chill. Make sure that each area is clear before trying to move about. Okay, the big red thing hurts. What's happened there? Okay, I removed the... Oh, I lifted the platform. Alright. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm getting kind of wrecked. Not sure what's killing me, actually. Oh, I'm dead.
Bit of more than you could chew.
I'm actually not sure what was damaging me for a lot of that. What did I... I can't rejoin after dying. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, this is a little bit above my level, so maybe I try it again later. Why did I go AMD? I just explained that. You must have just come in. The summary is that I didn't really need what NVIDIA offers, which is DLSS, their proprietary video encoder, and local LLM stuff. I didn't really need that, so I went with AMD, which has better support in Linux, plus it has more VRAM
Oh,
than the equivalent NVIDIA card. 450.
good luck.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I think I need... I was saved from paying NVIDIA tax. Exactly. That's a pretty big reason as well. Like, I didn't go with an Intel CPU, and I also didn't go with an NVIDIA card. So I actually saved a lot of money, and I'm getting pretty good performance with it. So I think I need a node like this. This one here, which is kind of far away, which has damage taken from mana before life. But I'm not sure. Or maybe what I need is damage taken recouped as life. Maybe that's what I should get. Any Game of the Year winners you actually enjoyed? I'm not aware of any recent ones. Can you list a few out maybe? Recover mana, recover life when I collect a remnant. That'd be decent. Recovering life? Maybe. And then there's ascendancy points here. I'm not sure. Let's just continue the main quest, I suppose. I can always come back to the ascendancy later. Unless I have to do that. Do I have to? Machinarium? Trials of Chaos? Hold on. Where is the... I need the waypoint. Was that trial part of the quest, or was it... Was it, can I use this? No. Okay.
Blessings.
So I can't use this in the trial. I guess we just try again. We keep trying until we get it. All right, that's fine. Act 3, go here. What IDE do I use and why? I use Neovim. The best editor of all time. Oh, he's not letting me recover. That's awkward.
Ah, toxins. Die for justice.
Where do I need to go? The Machinarium. What's my strategy for learning a new language? If I had to give a strategy for just general learning a language, like I know I did a video on Rust recently, but if I had to make something really general, then I would say I'd go to something like Exorcism, complete the exercises there in the language, and then while I'm doing that, I'd have to refer to the standard library docs or something like that to get through it, basically. And after I have completed like a sufficient amount of those types of exercises, I'd try to build a project, and Codecrafters is pretty good for that because they've got all different kind of projects you can pick out there. And let's say you've done is this where I'm meant to go? Temple of Chaos? Ultimatum. So Venom Crypts. So let's say I've done. Yeah, I think by the time you've done like a few Codecrafters things,
Upon the victorious.
you should be pretty comfy with the language, I would say. But yeah, probably those two sites: Exorcism, Codecrafters,
Many ways to
and
improve
the
your
standard library
chances of
documentation
victory.
for the language. Okay, so my best resistance is fire. Runes will appear that will call deadly lightning storms if I remain in them. Lightning turrets. Let's say this one, just be a bit mobile. You think my strategy is detailed? I find it quite high level.
Challenger, prove yourself worthy of chaos.
Get back! Didn't break a thread. I can't do that yet.
Do I mean codecrafters.io? Yes. Yes, that is the one.
Die, stop!
I did a brief video about their site a while ago. They've stopped doing development of new challenges, but all of the existing ones are still there. So I think you can still log in and complete them. Compared to brute forcing your way, yeah, I think brute forcing learning is actually really ineffective. I did another recent video about worked examples that kind of goes into this. Just banging your head against a brick wall and trying to figure out everything from first principles, I think is not the way to go.
Don't get overconfident just because you beat the first room. Lightning always strikes twice.
What do you suggest to mid-level developers who want to have senior level knowledge but never got guidance? I never got guidance either. I think you can get promoted to a senior dev just by showing extreme technical excellence, owning and delivering a project with minimal supervision and, you know, something that's very impactful to lots of staff. How do I deal with memorizing function syntax? I think that becomes automatic the more you do it. So you just have to do more.
Now don't move!
So might as well set up some frost walls, I guess. Can I cheese this like really hard? I just have to survive long enough, I suppose. Pretty satisfying just shattering everything into little icicles. Pretty good.
Not yet.
we survived. Am I starting game development? That's on the list, but it's not going to be the next thing, but it's going to be the second after the next thing. You're trying out the work the examples method, but you ask questions like this in streams. That's fair enough. How often do I check my Proton email? Most days I check it, but I don't always get back to people very quickly. Am I going back to a job or not at all? I will go back to a job, unless I figure out like a business to start on my own. That'd be kind of interesting. Made a system with AI that generates concrete topics at a reasonable depth of the core Java features. That's a good idea. That's a pretty good idea. Is that for practice?
We are only getting started.
Okay, I think we'll go again with the Storm Runes. Starting a business is tricky. Yeah. I actually have a problem to be solved that's pretty clear. Pretty clear.
Escort the idol.
I can't reveal too much. I don't want to give any away my ideas, you know.
Grow cold.
I'll be giving away my secrets. Okay, so I want to survive this time. So I'm thinking I should go around, try to clear what I can. I only have to worry about these storm circles. Okay. Smooth sailing. You ready to pick up on clues? Ah, you're not going to get these clues. I will not reveal. You guys are funny. Let's see. What's this? Do I have this one? Yeah, I have this one already. I need something more defensive. What can I get? Pretty much nothing, huh? 3% of damage taken as recouped. 3% seems really low. How much do people value ideas versus execution? People overwhelmingly value execution. Ideas are a dime a dozen. Most ideas are actually bad. But if you execute well, you can execute well on a bad idea. Do you know what I mean? And you can make that, you can make it work. So I've got 400 shield, 600 life. So basically if my shield gets wrecked, I'm screwed. And I have no way of like doing recovery of my shield without just dodging. So I don't know. What the hell am I supposed to do? Just gonna park the point for now, I suppose. And what's this thing do? Does this thing curse me? What's it? Oh, I've got to move this. Would love a Noita stream? Yeah, I'm down to play some Noita. I love Noita. I did not know that I had to move this stupid thing. So I really overcomplicated this challenge then. Or what? That was it? Damn, okay. Isn't Noi to the Pixel Physics game? Yes. That's the one. Any idea on S&P ABAP? I don't know what that is. Is it stocks? ABAP? I'm not sure what that is.
We are only getting started.
Slay the boss. Fire projectiles. I think I will go with the fire projectiles. Even though that that might interrupt my shield recharge a bunch of times.
Slay them.
Let's see how it goes. Okay, no one's here. No one's here yet. Alright, Big Bird. Yeah, let's see.
Has seen better days.
Or fatal.
Oh, I should... Okay, okay. I'm fine. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh. Can I freeze him though? Oh, okay. The stuff on the ground hurts a lot.
What is happening? Do my eyes deceive?
Oh. He's making little babies. Oh, can I like... Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? I can't see my cursor, dude. Oh.
Bye, Barash. How revolting.
Oh no. I couldn't see them. He's created another child. My flask charges are not looking good.
Piercing frost.
Oh yeah, I need to dodge that. I'm gonna die. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
I tire of this farce.
Isn't this the game where Elon Musk paid boosters to play his account? That must have been some serious money. No, I don't think Elon played this one. I think he played Diablo 4 or something like that. Diablo? Something like that. So my recovery is a serious issue. faster start of my energy shield, maybe? But I need 2 points. Let's take back this little thing, close the trial, go to town. He played PoE as well, PoE 1 as well.
How can I advise?
A step closer to
I'm
legend.
gonna refund this. And I'm going to get this one. That's 18% faster. Can I have 2 life flasks? I can't. This thing helps me with slows. This is for stuns. What can I do? Hold on. I even have, let me see. I have vitality, right? It says regenerate 1% of maximum life per second. But I didn't see my life recovering very much.
How can I help? Care to take a chance? Anything else you'd like to be rid of?
How many hours a day do I work? I can't see, the love heart is in my way. Learning something. I think 1 hour should be the minimum. 1 hour is the absolute minimum. It's better to be consistent 1 hour a day than it is to do a whole bunch every day. And just, if it's better to be consistent than it is to do tons and then not any for a long time. Tomorrow your son will turn 4. Congratulations. So I need, what do I need? Maybe I make the frost wall a bit stronger. I give it fortress 2. Less area, less damage. No, not fortress. I need glacier. Double the life. Yeah. Any resource recommendation for Golang? Not really. When it comes to Golang, it's kind of, for me, Golang is kind of similar to like Lua in a way, where it's kind of simple. How many rune spots can I put? Oh. Okay, let's rune up all my stuff. Okay. So with Golang, the syntax is pretty minimal, I would say. So I would just go for what I would normally do when learning a language, which is to just do a bunch of DSA practice, and then once I'm feeling like comfortable with standard library and all that, then go for a project like on Code Crafters or something like that. Okay, armor, Wandor staff. Oh, that's cool. So I can give myself more energy shield. If 1 is the minimum, what's the max? Do I have anything on my weapon swap? No. Why? Is that recommended? To have something on my weapon swap? Critical spell damage. I really wanted resistances on this one. Well, this one only has lightning res, and it has a tiny amount, so... Suppose I could just slap this in, and it's better than this. Oh, but that has heaps of spell damage. Damn. I'm an idiot. Let me read some of the chat. Max is probably what you can handle until you're fried and won't cause burnout in the long term. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. But yeah, I just think aim for consistency, don't aim for volume. Just aim for consistency only. And just try to do... Basically, your brain likes repetition. Or it's not that it likes repetition, but if something repeats, your brain starts to take it very seriously. It's like, oh, this is happening all the time. It needs resources. That's what you want. What do I think would be good for a distributed systems engineer? Golang or Rust? You could learn Golang pretty quick. Or you could learn Rust and then learn Golang pretty quick, I think. I can't have a you can have a different skill tree or swap or assign skills. I noticed that there was weapon set skills. And I was so confused by this. I have 6. But I don't think I want to swap weapons in the middle of something at the moment. Because I'm not even sure what I would swap to. Like, to do different stuff. I'm not really sure.
The challenger returns.
Do we have any... Let's see. Big curse area would be kind of cool. I've got magnitudes and cast speed, but I think I want big area. Yeah. That's decent. It eats my mana though. Let's try again. I don't know if this is... I don't think this is part of my
Are you aware of the concept of strategy?
quest. Deploy attacks. Buffs expire 3 times faster, and buffs expire 3 times slower. Chaos damage? Do I have... I have 0 chaos res. This is for Ascendancy, yeah. And I don't think I actually have to do this right now. I think I have to go to the Chimeral Wetlands. So I'm actually not going to do this because it's a bit... I think my gear sucks, actually. Chimeral Wetlands. Okay. I'm in entirely the wrong area. Yeah. I don't know how I was so confused. But... Why am I stuck here? Oh, there's literally not a path. Ooh, rare chest, huh? Fire quiver. Cool. Did I play PoE 1? Yes. I only very recently started playing PoE 2. I've played heaps of PoE 1. But I started playing PoE 2 because my computer can now handle it. Which is pretty nice, and I'm really enjoying it. When I first played it, I wasn't having such a great time. Probably also because I had a bad build on my first run too. But this build seems pretty solid so far.
I need more time. Not yet.
The remnants seem like a cool mechanic with this one. Okay, I've gone the wrong way. I'm learning Kubernetes to playing PoE. Living the life.
Not yet.
It's over. You reckon it's over? No. The thing I was doing before with Kubernetes, I wasn't actually doing any Kubernetes stuff. I was literally just writing, trying to summarize what I learned so far. I've already done this bit.
Get back.
Have I missed any questions? I should probably curse him, huh? That would be smart.
Didn't break a sweat.
Alright, apparently this is also the wrong area. I don't know, do I have to go this way? Do I wear wigs? No. Why would I wear wigs? Chaos Trial isn't mandatory. Have I ever worn wigs? No. Why? Why are you asking this? Infested Barrens? That's that way. You guys are asking some weird questions. How old am I? I'm ancient. old as the Roman Empire. Maybe even older. What's this thing here? Oh, there's like a rune thingy. Message held for review. Do you ver vigs? What the fuck, dude? What do I recommend for a person who just lost his friend in a freak gasoline accident? Let me think. Spread awareness. You need to spread awareness of the risks of gasoline. I don't know if you're being serious, by the way. I could be being very insensitive, but I feel like I'm being trolled. You know? I definitely didn't get the reference, but let's see if someone does. Okay, so where? It's clearly it's what is it in this area? No. Maybe it is. Let's check. Shrine Scepter. A nice Shrine Scepter might actually be good for me in terms of resistances and spirit. Okay, so there's definitely nothing here. The only other place to go is the Deadly Nest. Oh, was that a Zoolander reference? Really? So I already killed this guy. I don't think I need to kill him again. I can't leave. Can I leave? I can't leave. No, this is annoying. Oh, I can't even pull him out. Okay, we'll kill him. Where is he? Oh, that did some decent damage. I only just started playing PoE 2 like in the last week, to be honest. But I'm quite enjoying it. Lame. I didn't want to fight this guy. Which one do I prefer more, PoE or 1 or 2? I'm not sure. I think I need to get to end game of PoE 2 before I make the decision. Yeah, I got this easy. This is easy. I've done this fight before. Oh, whoops. Just gotta break these little platforms that he sits on top of. Just gonna break. And he falls down and he's a little bit stunned and hurt and whatever. Oh, he froze me. You built a deployment service, user puts in a GitHub repo, and it pushes to a Redis queue. From there, the worker takes it, builds a Docker image, and runs a container, does a health check. Sounds fancy. Alright, so that was annoying. Really what I want to do is find this stupid place. How do I find it? How does one find this place? Am I blind? Change some quality of life settings on the UI menu. Like landscape transparency. All right. Yeah, true. I think I want that more clear there. And then I want my cursor to be hella big. Pink and hella big. High contrast? No, I need the pink one. With white. Yeah. And then, cool. In-world label size. I guess, yeah, make them a bit bigger. Make the text a bit bigger. Quest tracker, I want it smaller. Ground item pop-up. Always show sockets. Full descriptions. Yeah. Centered HUD. Oh yeah, I need that. I can show bars over the enemies. That's good, that's good. That's good. Corner map, yes. Map transparency, map zoom. Oh yeah, this is better. The little health bars. Thank you for reminding me. This is way better. I don't have any item filters, that's fine. Keep sprinting while moving. Don't know. Confine mouse to window, mouse wheel zoom, probably not. Which build am I playing? I'm playing a Cold Sorceress Stormweaver at the moment. Dynamic resolution? I don't think I need that. But I guess I'll leave it. All right. Okay, okay. But the question remains. Wait, what's happened here? Doesn't matter. The question remains, where is this place? The Machinarium. It's not, it's nothing to do with this thing, right? Right. Act 3, Machinarium. I have no idea. To locate it, they must defeat the Chimera boss in the wetlands. Chimera boss in the wetlands. I've done that. Stone altars. Continue walking past its area. Oh. So it's here. Oh my goodness, it's here. What the fuck? Am I following some build? I looked at one earlier, but I'm generally just kind of, you know, following what I think is good. I'm the Atlassian guy on YouTube. Yes, that's me. I am that guy. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm kind of...
I feel a murmur of
Oh,
power.
my UI is like all messed up. From the size. In world. Yeah, that's better.
This is a bind.
Playing games allows me actually to answer the questions a little bit easier, to be honest. Because... I don't know, I think I need to set up some way where I can do the first portion of the live stream and be very focused, and then the remainder I should just play a game and answer everyone's questions, you know.
This one holds more than simple trinkets. Fire or tomahawk.
What the hell is this strong box, huh?
A touch of luck.
Cool. Yeah, answering chat makes it so hard to do stuff. It just makes a task take such a long time compared to how long it should generally take. Yeah, I don't mind people asking me whatever while I'm playing something. It's like the best time to ask, to be honest.
I can't do that now.
Okay, so I need to find these little cores, I guess. Somewhere. Somewhere. How difficult is video game programming? I've never really gone deep into game programming, but I imagine that it would be pretty hard. It's a very challenging and competitive field to get into. Where are the things? Thanks for putting out new vids. Worked examples really helps. Yeah, I've been trying to actually do another one recently, but honestly I've been kind of struggling with like deciding on what exactly to produce. It's been a bit hard. I guess I don't need another. I just need one. Okay.
Goodness.
Yeah, that explains it. Guess I'll just follow this red path. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll get slightly distracted along the way. Orbs of Alchemy sound pretty cool to me. Exalted Orbs sound pretty cool. First time playing PoE? It's basically my first time. I've got one other character, but I've never been this far. I think I want Alchemy Orbs. I think I want Alchemy.
I can't do that yet.
You got humbled on your interview last week? I've been getting humbled for the last 2 months. I am tired of being humbled. Ah, it's a maze. Okay.
Not yet.
I should grab this. No way I don't have a job yet? Shh. You're addicted to the game, but you still can't understand anything in the end game. Can an agent build and send to apply for jobs and work? Try to follow the red lines.
Piercing frost.
I'm not. Let's just say I'm not struggling for. Well, I have interviewed at places, you know, and had not great success with some interviews. But these are places that are hard to get into, you know. But you know, like. You can get a job at somewhere that needs a dev or an engineer, or you can get a job at like OpenAI or Anthropic. That's a whole different story, you know? Or HFT or something like that. You know,
Didn't break a sweat.
depending on what you aim for, it may be difficult and you may face many failures. And my personal opinion is if I can't get, you know, into those kinds of places, then it means I have some work to do. That's all. can already be automated, it won't be listed. There will be a position to automate that. The gap will close with the incoming meta harnesses. Maybe. Maybe. I was saying a bit earlier that there will be something in the future that unseats AI as the thing, and it's actually going to be even crazier than AI. And no one can even imagine what it is yet.
Call Alva.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the mechanism in the waterways. There is still latent energy. Maybe the con. Good luck.
Now, what skill was I going to put? I don't even know. Oh, the last one that I put was like energy shield. Grand Soul Core Nexus. All right.
What once was lost, I have found.
Oh, I'm out of room. Shop time. Does it have to do something with data-based design? You ate some really good watermelon. Nice.
Greetings.
Delicious. This game is called Path of Exile 2. Can I sell to this guy? Yeah.
we found in the jungle.
48. This thing gives me a lot of life.
My tribe could use that.
Trash. Ooh. Too bad I can't use this. 96 life? What tier is that? Oh, it's two prefixes. Sad.
I'll take
Need
it.
that, obviously. I really need a belt that is better. This belt seems good, but I need to re-roll it. That's crap. That's also kind of crap. This only gives me 8 to lightning res. I suppose... This is alchemy. Suppose I could use this instead. 30% increased flask charges is pretty good. Storm rune. Yeah, I guess I could put that there. Level 10 skill gem. Oh, cool. Can upgrade a couple things. Let's see. +7. I may want to disenchant. You think I should disenchant rather than getting gold? Money comes easy while playing? Oh, okay. Alright, I've been doing it wrong then. What mic am I using? Yeah, I will add that into the page, but it's a Shure MV7 Plus. I will add that into the page. Let's see. I think I want this. That's a priority, and then the other priority is probably Ice Nova. Oh, but this applies exposure Oh, I think this. Yeah, yeah. We'll go with Frost Nova. Will Atlassian update Source Tree? I have no idea what their plans are for that. Especially now I don't have any visibility into that.
Feel the kill.
I'm guessing I've got to get a couple of these, yeah. Here we go. Freeze, damn it. Why isn't he freezing? Okay. Generator.
This is what I need. Back to the generator.
Oh,
I must admit, it is impressive that all this still functions.
do I have enough stones? I need 2. Okay. Grand Soul Nexus. Hmm. This game is Path of Exile 2. And it is almost 1 a.m. So I might do this and then... and then it's sleepy times. I'm going to corrupt this. Because why not? I don't care.
It's a form of harnessed corruption. Still unpredictable.
Okay, just added dexterity. Fine.
Need more time.
Where am I supposed to go here? I guess I'll go to the right side. Stream tomorrow. It's tomorrow, Wednesday. I'll say tentative, but I would like to, yes. I think the more important thing is I've got to take what I wrote today and make a video, and if I can get that done in a reasonable amount of time, then I think I can stream, yeah. Exalted. Yeah, he does not care about me getting him at all. Am I done with Kubernetes? I think I've learned most of what I can from outside of a company, and then anything else that I would need to learn would be under under professional setting, proper play. That's where the real operational problems would be. Came in expecting knowledge in DevOps. Man is deep in PoE instead. Yeah, we're chilling right now. In a chill overall stream. Before I was just doing a bit of writing. And it wasn't anything serious or like nothing really to be learned.
I can't do that
But
yet.
now we're here chilling. Can you do Ray now? Ray? What's up? What is Ray?
Sans take you.
This is PoE 2. Did I complete this? No. Ray, an open source framework to build and scale your Python applications easily.
I should be quick.
Never heard of it. Clusters, jobs, orchestrator. We got to set up commands for your common questions in the chat. Yeah. Yeah. How to use design patterns to optimize your build in PoE. That'd be funny. Let me read for a sec. Kubernetes Ray. I'll have to look into that one. Haven't heard of it. It seems interesting. So I've got this soul core here. What's this?
Oh dear. Now we just have to remove it from that giant construct. Good luck.
What have I done?
Got that, come.
Cool. Am I about to get cooked? Oh. Boss seems easy. I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, I think I dodged that something. Yeah, that hit me.
I can't do
Wrecked.
Alva, I should plunge you into
Oh.
a pit of scorpions for that.
Damn. Too bad it's something I can't really use. Return to the jungle ruins. Activate the stone altar. Okay. Do I feel that YouTube's monetization is rewarding enough for the effort I put in? Yes. But probably only because I've gone viral. If I was just starting from scratch, I imagine it would take me ages to start making decent money. I think that going viral is kind of almost required, which sounds weird because it's not like you can go viral on purpose, unless you can somehow. Do I use NeoGit? I do actually. I like NeoGit a lot. Whoever wrote NeoGit, they need a donation or something. They're a legend.
Now, let me access these waterways.
In my niche, most likely, yeah. Yeah, it would take ages. There'd be a long period of just zero reward, and I think that's kind of what should be expected almost. Unfortunately,
So, these are the Azak that Servi
but that's kind of
I can understand
kind of how business works in general, I think.
If the Val was so intelligent, why would they build something that could flood their main city? Didn't break a sweat.
Altar Road. Rare Altar Road. This looks cool. I'll take that. Path of Exile 2 is the game. Does it interest you? Does it look cool?
Quickly.
Why is NeoGit special? That's a good question. Why I like NeoGit is because it provides a way of doing you just press like one key for most things. So to do a branch, it's like B C to create a branch. To push, it's something like Shift P and then dash F to force push, and then U to send it to push it to the upstream. Wow. Yeah, just that kind of thing. I just really like how he's designed the whole thing. It's good.
What do you
Wait, what just happened? Alright, cool. Have I considered getting a pet platypus? I've never seen a platypus ever in my life. And I don't know what kind of a pet they would make, to be honest. This armor looks sick. 200 and something energy shield. And I can't use it. Did I use Tortoise Kit? No, I've never used that. Never used it. Also, let me find the waypoint. And then it is in fact very responsible for me to sleep. I'm gonna find the waypoint first. Maybe it's gonna take me a while. Scalpel's jacket.
Not yet.
Yo. So glad they replaced the levers with the plates in his map, huh? I haven't quite worked out yet whether Frostwall is even good. Excited for GTA 6? Not sure, to be honest. I haven't played GTA since like GTA 3. It's been a while.
The rot of the desert has a new face.
Okay, apparently I forgot to do something because the water level is high. Do I need to step on the plate again? The currency stash tab, yeah, probably need to get that.
Not yet.
What did I miss? I missed something. I'm gonna use the checkpoints. Did I play Satisfactory? I have played it very briefly though. I also recently started playing Factorio, but every time I log into Factorio, I get super overwhelmed. You know? I get heaps. I just get so overwhelmed that I find it difficult to proceed. Okay, clearly I've missed something. What have I missed? Have I played Factorio? I literally just said I started playing it recently. Oh, what am I missing?
Return to your rhythm.
Yeah, the backtracking is offending me. Okay, this is where I need to go. Wait, but all of this is surrounded by high water level. No, okay, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. My bad. I was stupid. I changed my t-shirt. Yeah, I was way too warm. release some of the Steam. Someone asked about Steam Machine. Yeah, I considered Steam Machine. Steam Machine is, in my opinion, quite well priced. But I wanted more powerful hardware. That's all. Raid Shadow Legends. I will never play Raid Shadow Legends. Never. I don't care how. I don't care if they pay me to do it. I will never play it.
Victory is mine.
You think the Steam Machine is overpriced? Really? Why do you think that? I think if you take into account its form factor, it's pretty hard to get that much hardware into it that size. It's like 3 by 3 inches, right? It's quite small.
Oh no.
All right. Yeah. Difficult to compete with consoles because console games are built
How can I tell her
specifically
of
for the
this?
hardware, whereas Steam Machine is serving. You can do anything with the Steam Machine, so it's a general machine. So of course it's going to be more difficult. Whereas consoles, you're locked into their ecosystem. They can optimize the hardware as much as they want for
What do you
just literally that platform. So look at this stuff. If I was using lightning, look at this thing. This is crazy for this level, right? Do I save it in case I feel like making a lightning character? Or is it trash? Am I actually looking at trash? It's a 6-inch cube. Ah. Switch 2 seems better value. I don't think so. I've got a Switch 2 and I don't think so. Steam Deck OLED. Okay. I'm about level 40 right now, I think. This seems like a good weapon to me. The thing with the Steam Machine, which is kind of interesting, is that actually they might actually be losing money on it because they might be relying on the fact that people are going to buy Steam games. So, they're going to profit through that. Can't you get a better PC for the same money? Maybe. I mean, probably, but not everyone wants to have a giant desktop PC, They're attracted to the small form factor. Oh, I can use this now. The party is on. So it's this gives me spirit though. I can't use this. Damn. More recovery if used on low mana. Okay. Try it out. So, is it SSF? No, it's not SSF, but I am playing like it's SSF. I'm not trading or doing anything. I probably should have just played SSF. So I did say that I would find the waypoint and then call it a day, which means that, where's my chat? Where is my chat? Here is my chat. So that, I think, is going to conclude things. Thank you again to, who was it? Alex, thank you again for the RSD. And the Mitch is here. Thank you again for the $5. And everyone else, thank you for being here, for chatting, contributing to the stream, you know, making the vibes nice and good. And stream tomorrow is a maybe. I'm going to try to get a video out. If I can get that done, it's probably going to take me a while to get it done, to be honest. And then if I can get that done in a reasonable amount of time, then there will be a stream. But probably, yeah, don't hold your breath, but we'll see how it goes. Blazer WASM, never used it. I like WASM though. So that is it. I'm going to go sleep now. Enjoy your evening or mornings or afternoons, and see you next time.